Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wakey, wakey. Good morning, good morning, good morning. OTC, what is poppin'? Missed you guys. We got SoFi ripping 16% free right now. I don't know what the hell that thing's moving for right now, but it's about as ready to trade as I am. Thing is moving. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Like I said, I missed you guys very much. Thank you guys for showing up, even though I've been absent. GTA, good morning. Arctic Fox, CVS, Dr. Miss Sabrina Bree. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Michael J. Hopefully everybody has had a beautiful, beautiful last couple of weeks of trading. I do apologize. I've been dealing with some family issues. Nonetheless, we're going to jump right in with both feet, take our tits out like we usually do, and keep it rolling. Definitely glad to see everybody, and back to the grind as usual. I appreciate you guys being patient. Just things that I'm looking at off rip this morning. I'm looking at the technical pattern of AI or C3 AI. That has the ability to break out to the upside. I'm probably looking at 27 to 28 area. But it's just completely depending on how that one starts to move. Market's obviously trending in a bullish trajectory. A lot of fear, a lot of bullshit in the market right now, but I think we'll have more of a direction and more of an understanding once we get non-farm payrolls on Wednesday. Also, we're having a huge week. Five of the seven are having their earnings this week. We have Microsoft tomorrow and what's the other one? Microsoft and Google tomorrow. So those are going to definitely be must-sees. I'm looking at Google to potentially go and be extremely bullish. I'm looking at Microsoft. I like these names. I just want them to come back just a little bit on a couple of them. If anybody wants to go and clip this 60 seconds, and I'll give you my numbers of where I think we're gonna be in the very near future. Go ahead and do that because I'm looking at Tesla to either look at two places. I'm looking for it to come down and try to show support at this 176 and almost try to either simulate the bounce. I think you're going to get one regardless. I think you're going to try to get fear and a definite push to the downside to try to get people that are holding it long. Once you get that broken 180 or psychological of 180, it's pretty much in most people's mind 65 or 165 to 168 area. I think that's just out of the window that they're going to try to get it to. I think they're going to more than likely try to get it under 175, and people are going to realize, holy shit, I can buy Tesla for 175 today. No shit. And I think you're going to see a lot of volume coming in that way. But I'm looking at 176 and 168 on Tesla. I'm looking for Google to kind of come out and be the one to kind of show us our strength here off rip. I think Google has the ability to go and run upwards, let's say 155, maybe even 160 if it really decides to get going, or just depending on how the market decides to walk. Earlier this morning, but we've been seeing a waning in volume coming to the downside on the SPY overall. So it is kind of hard to feel like we're gonna continue to feel good. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh. Let's see what we got here. Firm pre-market, 4% pre-market candle. Good morning, Miss Whatever. How are you? Very, very nice to see you. Yeah, now fun, big candle. Yeah, I was just looking at fun. I think fun probably starts to move. I like those 50-cent calls. I really do. I don't think it's gonna like. It's fucking fun, guys. Like it's genuine fun. So that being said, I might look at those calls for the 50 cents. They're probably very, very cheap. Yeah, they're $2 a piece for this week. Yeah, Tesla, I'm kind of looking to see what it does around this 181 into the 180.06. But I feel like if I were them, I would go and just walk this thing down. You do have the 200 EMA over the top, so it would be a perfect situation to go and try to show everybody really quickly, oh yeah, Tesla's gonna bottom right here, and then we're gonna go to the upside. But like, if we break the 200 to the upside, we better do it while every fucking thing is screaming in the market, because if we don't, Tesla has a very, very good chance of getting knocked both ways. And I think this 189 area is where they're going to try to do it. I think they try to actually let this go to the upside, because I think the people that they can trap going long here, I don't know. I also go and think back to when Tesla did drop, and we called it perfect, but we were concerned of the of it not being the bottom, so everybody didn't go and buy a huge position or anything like that. And it turned out that we ran right back to where Tesla came from, which was what, almost 260, 270. You're obviously getting shit on, and I think that there's a lot of support at 180. The problem is that if this is timed incorrectly, what's going to end up happening is you're going to have Tesla ready to go, and then the market's ready to fall. So I'm kind of watching that to play with that and see where we go from there. Was hoping to do nearly 100% on. Hey, fun will probably still be there. Morning, Doc. But yeah, no, I think that, I mean, fun is fun to play with, but I don't think it's a huge thing that I'm necessarily worrying about. I'm looking at SoFi, or excuse me, Save. This is an interesting one here. This is kind of what I think is going to happen to the overall market right here. I think Spirit Airlines gets fucking shit on, and the reason being is because I think this is a just a beautiful head and shoulders situation. If they can go and finish this, I'm gonna be looking to watch Spirit just get shit on. So we're looking for the same rejection right here at the 665. I wouldn't be surprised if they run this to almost $7. But the higher this gets, the more this makes me want to short it back to about, I don't know, $6. So we're gonna keep an eye on that one when that one moves. But I think that anything around that $7 area is just kind of getting iffy. Google, I think it's interesting that we actually have a gap here, and the 200 we're over the top of, which is kind of odd that we're over the top on Google and over this green line on Google, but everything else is just the wrong fucking way. I think that the overall market looks decently okay for the bullshit that it keeps enduring, but I'm skeptical because of a lot of data is coming out in this week, and a lot of earnings are coming out. So if I'm gonna sit here and look at it one way or the other, it's gonna I don't want to have too much of a position one way or the other, because this is gonna get fucking ugly. I have puts on save last week. Yeah. Oh, up here that would have been beautiful. Oh, excuse me, that's not even safe. Yeah, up here that would have been beautiful too. Into the 200 puts in, love that. So we're gonna basically try to recreate that play almost, Arctic. I just don't think it's gonna get there. If it does, hey, I mean, shit. If it gets into the 750 area, like, hell yeah. But my main focus right this moment is gonna be a little bit of watching what happens with AMD. I think that this is very similar to what we're dealing with on Google. If you're now, I mean, like it or not, yeah, it has moved substantially. However, this is still bullish momentum, and this is still trying to break out. This at least needs to come back into that 175 area. I think once it does, though, and gets back over the 178, it's probably going to go to the top side. But it's all going to depend on what happens with the earnings coming into this week. Google, I mean, absolutely beautiful. Bullish momentum. Now you're just sitting here consolidating. I'm sitting here watching all of this and realizing that regardless, all of these things look very, very nice. But I want to go and get in a spot where, let's just say, shit hits the fan tomorrow, considering that we have people on the fucking southern border who are having a little spat, if you will. I would be very, very careful to go and think that you're immune to just getting shit on if you're going to the upside. It's been a very, very great run, and a lot of things have been going green lately, but be very, very, very careful. You looked at, I've looked at, I would rather jerk off with sandpaper or shit in my hands and clap. LGVN, I touched it the first time. Whoops. I touched it the first time, and I really haven't looked at it or paid attention to it since. I think it would be probably ill-advised on my part to go and trade something that I quite literally know zero about. But analytically, it looks great if you like that 174 area. Or excuse me, that 78 cents, 74-ish. Excuse me. The only problem is I don't believe in, I think it was just a weird mover in the beginning and kind of held on to, I want to say it was like HKD, or no, I'm sorry, that's way after that. DWAC, I think is what it was. Why are you being like that? Your little brother's leaving for boot camp. Oh shit. Hey, tell him thanks for his service. Tell him to get home safe. But definitely thank you for your service. So I'm kind of looking for Google to set up and stay above this support. There's a lot of resistance right here into the 140, the 158 or 154.98, or 154.90 area. I want to see everything go green and try to fake everybody. I want to see almost these gap fills, even if I don't want to see Tesla come down first. I want to see the market go to the green side first, because then I can go and try to pick and choose my battle into the resistances that I have. If I see we're having trouble early, then or if we just fire off early, assuming that like A, it's Monday, and B, it's probably going to be more volatile right now than it is later. I would probably want to look to the downside. So my first instinct here is going to be Tesla. And keep in mind that like this could go and change within 15 minutes of me getting in and out. But if I were to go and think about where I want to be at the close of the day, I'd probably think somewhere about looking into like maybe 175 for this week or so. I think that would, if Tesla goes and drops through 180, you're seeing 175. I'm sorry. Actually, that's not true. It could go and hold at the 176. So either way, if you see that before non-farm payrolls on Wednesday, those fucking calls or those puts would be incredible. But I'm going to be looking at those while Tesla is up above like 186 or so. I want to see the green side of the market just so that I can go and gauge where I want to decide to come down and decide to start shorting. So pretty much all I got. I like Meta. Yeah, I like Meta here. But the problem with Meta is that I feel like we're going to end up going and breaking to the downside of this. And just kind of coming and tapping up at the 390.38 is what we need to hold for a continuation. AMD, I like 174.60, but it needs to hold that. If it does not, it's going to go and pull back to about 168.50. I like Microsoft to go long, but I want to see I just want to see the dip. Whenever, let's say like the market opens up and it flickers green and runs up to 189 on Tesla and Google kicks it, Meta's just chilling, but everything in the market's moving. I'm going to be looking to go short. If I see the market just start to pull back directly into the areas of like just regular psychological fucking support, I'm going to go and start looking at that as a possible long trade. I think the market is a great, depending on what you're buying right now, I think it's a good time to buy. That being said, like all data on Wednesday can go and fucking touch us with non-farm, and then we can also go and have issues in politics and eco and all kinds of stuff. So let's go and let's see how everything goes before we decide to go and start yeeting a bag. if you have not already and you love me very much, hit that like and subscribe button one time for the one time. You got to do it for state. If you don't respect the fucking Lincoln Continental. You just don't. And that's a problem. So we're going to need you to like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. I'm really not even considering playing the spy, so I'm kind of I'm glad that the spy is holding up a hell of a lot better than the Qs. However, I think the SQs are a great hedge right now to go long. Good morning, Hyde. How's everything look? How's everything look there? You guys freezing yet? We almost had freezing here a couple of weeks ago. That shit was ass. Glad you can come hang out with us for a little bit. We're gonna do some trading, fuck around in the market a little bit. You know, keep the body guessing. Google's doing a very good job, and it looks like it's trying to go right into this 200. Now, if I'm a betting man, I'm gonna go and break the 200, and this is right here where I go 153.62. What I don't know how they're gonna do yet, and why I think Google's coming to the downside before it takes off, because I think Google's definitely bullish. I think that there's a couple things that could happen. Earnings could be so fucking catastrophically bad that it goes and just gaps you down. Ridiculous. But I don't see a thesis for that's actually worth the fuck. So this gap fill onto the 200, holding this area right here at the 153, and then continuing north and continuing its trajectory to the top side without having as many people as possible getting into it. I think that would be a brilliant move on the market makers side of things. But like I said, I'm looking for the short quickly if they decide to go and push the market forward. If they push the market forward and they allow me to buy, which I'm looking at like Tesla at 186, 190. I'm looking at Spirit into that $7. Google, I'm just kind of sitting on, but I'm looking at Google to go long. I'm not looking at taking Google short. I don't want to. C3 AI, we're keeping an eye on. We got about 4 minutes going into the market. Keep an eye on Meta doing something around that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna just, I think it's just gonna get pushed right into here. This is where I'm kind of looking for Meta. I'm also looking for Microsoft. Looking at Microsoft to pull back as well, but pull back into that potentially into the 397 or so. I'm gonna run outside very quickly, but yes, definitely glad to be back and glad that you guys could come hang out with me. Ooh. Keep an eye on the overall market, or I guess the overall NASDAQ. You'll start to notice that'll start getting heavy. I look at Bitcoin and I think Bitcoin looks absolutely ready to go to 46 at any time. So that's another thing that I'm keeping my eye on. I just want to make sure that if I am going to go to the upside, I have a substantial hedge to the downside because right now I'm not going and throwing my eggs in one basket of everything being all hunky dory and then, oh shit, well, we got to go and change something because inflation's not coming down the way that we wanted to, or the what was it, the unemployment numbers didn't shake out, or whatever it is. So I'm kind of buying the rumor and selling the news. What I want to see to make an easier trade on me would be to go and see them go bullish first, let it run into resistance on places that I can go and use as actual resistance levels, and as close as they want to get to them, the sooner I'll take them. We got about a minute. I'm looking at Tesla getting up. I'm gonna look at those Tesla like 177 and a half probably. One minute, guys. I have a buy-in on, or a limit in for 170, or for, yeah, puts it 177 and a half on Tesla. I have a limit set at 100 a piece, but that might be way low. I'm looking at Spirit Airlines off rip here too. I'm looking roughly around, if it's at 630 right now, ding, ding, ding. I have a limit at $5 puts on save for 10 cents a piece. What are we doing? See, Tesla's coming out, trying to go over 186. Are you gonna keep going? Yeah, it's gonna probably try to set up for support here. See, now that we went and opened, I think at 126, or closed at 120, or excuse me, 226 on those 175 or 177 and a half. Those are at 150 right now. And my assumption by putting that $100 limit in is roughly in the area where I think Tesla could if Tesla's at 189, that would be where that option would be. All right, show us a little bit of support. Yeah, Microsoft is coming back a little bit. Love to see that. AMC's at $4. There's Google pulling right back. So here's where things get interesting on Google. Google's got a little, it started down hard though. This is where I would be looking at buying Google. There's Tesla pulling back. So this is more than likely going to try to set up right here over the 200. If they do anything, they'll let it pull back, fill this gap, and then try to act like it's going to fucking bounce. The SPY is trying to get up over its VWAP. So I wouldn't go and short this market yet. My opinion anyway. Which is absolutely not worth a fuck and is not financial advice, just to let you know. Coins flying. I'm with you. Workout music in the background of Enzo and one it. Oh, hey, don't fuck around and make me do some Taibo in this bitch. I'll get that shit clapping. I will end up being trifling. And one and two and yo. Get the twerk action video hopping. See, here's a company that we know it's not worth a fuck right now. I want to see it break 50 and I want to see it get to the 200, and that's where I'm looking to short. Anything above the 200 at that point. Overall, SPY is looking to cook right now. Oh, what are we gonna get into? Let's get into something weird here. SoFi is moving. C3 AI is also pulling back beautifully into this little. I want to see what 24.5 maybe, something like that. See, there's that green candle right there in Tesla. This is what we want. Go ahead and get bullish so that you can go and shit your pants right into that support. See, there's Google breaking down even harder than we needed it to. So we're watching into that 152, potentially going and hopefully just consolidating right here at the 153 area while everything else tries to move. But while everything comes back, we want Google to kind of support itself and find a little bottom right here at 152, even potentially lower. But I think that's going to go and just, this is just going to be a scare tactic underneath the 200. Fun. I like fun. I want to have some fun. Why are the fucking, oh, those puts are, okay. See, there's Tesla doing it onto the 200 right there. Tesla is going to try to go for a long here. People are going to buy this. Yeah. People are going to buy this gap right here. Hopefully they wait for this to pull back into the 181, but you need to see fun get back up over that 35. I would love to see the IWM start making strides back to that 197. If you get the 197, you're more than likely going to keep going to get to 200. That's what could go and give the market a little push while the SPY is deciding to walk backwards after its move. So I'm waiting for Tesla to kind of move here. Non-refundable. What's up, baby? How do you do up to then fall right? No, where is it? Yep, there we go. I knew you were starting to move, little bitch. So we have a buy on these $5 puts. We have them at 10 a piece, but I might actually just move them closer. Hey, Tesla, I know you don't want to hold that, but you have to go up first. Stupid. I don't make the rules, man. You know what I mean? I just profit off of them. Go. Luigi. What's up, baby? How's everything? Sorry, just saw you over there on Twitch. How's everything? We usually we got a bunch of people kicking it over here in YouTube. If you want to go and come and join us over here, chat's a little bit more active than Twitch. Come on, Tesla, let's go. Yep, you're not gonna fool me, asshole. Let's get it. Now, remember, guys, we're watching into this spirit right here. If it'll go and fill those, that'd be an absolutely voluptuous ordeal. Nope, didn't want to do that. Thank you. $5 puts are at 16 a piece. If it goes up 40 cents, those should be around about a $10 bill for 10 cents each. But I'm looking more at this Tesla right here because we're looking to short Tesla. We are getting close to that 100 on these 177 and a halves. So that's what I'm kind of looking at here. If we break to the top side, not only am I going to be really upside down in those fucking Teslas, so I need to back that goddamn order off real quick. Actually, no, I'm going to leave that there. Volatility wise, that might go. Google's trying to go and hold on to this 200 EMA like it's fucking about to fall off a cliff, but nice support here at that 183.60. I just don't think it's got the time or the momentum to go and bounce right now. It would make a lot of sense just to consolidate here and kick it and not cause a lot of attention to ourselves, because then we can come down to 153 as Tesla and everything else decides to go and make a fucking downward turn after we go bullish here. Like, I'm gonna want to go and play that regardless, but I'm not shorting Google. SoFi continuing to just, you know what, we just thought, well, Spirit's about to do it, but I'm gonna move the SPY chart for a second. We just saw this though. I was talking about it. I was like, it was safe. We just saw this right here. We see the build up. It's the same thing. We push through here. I might look at shorting SoFi here at 9. Wanting to see this Spirit show me its fucking jazzercise real quick. Give me the jazz hands. What I meant to say. AMD walked back into VWAP. VWAP caught it very, very nicely. However, I don't think you're going to go and find the support here unless it's going to be at that 176. AMD 174.69-ish is where I thought we were going. Yeah, somewhere around here. But we need to hold all of these things all simultaneously. Throw the SPY chart back up here. SPY is still trying to hold green. I think we try to go and retest the 488 area, 489 tops right here. Just because of the overwhelming amount of bullshit that we've got, it makes me kind of feel like they're trying to sell us the fear this week. And then more than likely either earnings or data doesn't let them go. And I don't see the market necessarily right this moment going to the downside on either of those two, earnings or the data coming out Wednesday, non-farm payroll and employment numbers after that. But this is beautiful on Spirit. We want to see this go and hold up right here. 264 looks absolutely beautiful on the 200. You're getting 2 wicks. That's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. We want to see this thing try to catapult itself into the fucking sky real quick, and then capitalize on selling tickets to its downfall. Tesla, hold one time for us. Look at these candles though on Tesla, and look at this immediate volume. Just as a theorist here, just as the average asshole, look at the 2 fucking candles that you get out of Tesla. 2 extremely green candles, look like they're just ripping through the sky, which is substantially more than we've had. So there is a little bit more volume here, but it's definitely not going to go and be volume that's going to go and help us go to the upside. I think they're going and just selling into this psychological 185 here, walk it down into 180, even maybe lower than that. But I still think this holds to 200 and goes to the top side first. Just my prerogative. AMD's trying to make a bounce. Yeah, watch this. Where's Google? Google's going to try to help it right here. Yep, there you go. So now you're getting momentum, but what you want is you want this to set up. So you need now basically to come back to 153 and set up. Tesla, I think that that's exactly what everybody in the book wants you to do. Matter of fact, let's see. $180 puts are coming through like crazy. There's a shitload of 175 puts that are kind of sketchy, but a lot of money at 185, calls at 190. But there's the 200 being held again. It wants to go and feed you this drop. It wants to feed you this drop first. I don't think that you're going to get the drop first. I think you're going to go and see the upside prior to you going and then coming back. It's the same kind of shit that they do every day or every week when we have any type of good shit going on. They'll let it run for a couple of minutes, right open or right in the morning, and then we fucking walk ourselves to greatness, all what, maybe $10-15 to the downside. Nvidia's starting. Yep, hopefully we get the bounce of the market. Now you're looking here. I think that like I'm still thinking that I'm correct here. I'm not in anything short, not that I know of. GoEV inks a deal with the USPS. That's an interesting one. Yo, 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 yo. Good morning. Oh, non-refundable looking voluptuous. Come on, Google. Take them out for the one time. AMD looking beautiful right above VWAP now, trying to go and give you that, hey, everything's going to be great. We're going to fucking run to the upside. Stuck my dick. Okay, well, we're going to run to the upside. We're probably going to try to show everybody support, but we're going to run right into fucking resistance. So grab your ass. Right here, you're trying to get fed. This is just touching up to support, respecting the high that we made after just getting just shit on going into that 480, 489 area. I want to see this hold. AMD's chilling. Where is, yeah, see, we're still trying to hold the 200 EMA here. I want to see this get a nasty green candle and just flick there. Those options are at 155. I like the strength on Save. I like the strength on Tesla at the 185 psychological. It makes 100% sense why they would go and sit here and try to make this bounce right here, guys. It goes and gives everybody the theoretical possibility that, like, oh, maybe Tesla's fucking good here at 185. And then they go and show you that Tesla's not even good at 180. And then your head is between your fucking knees because you just got margin called for half a fucking mil. It's not worth it. Chill all day, all day. You want to do that all day long, I'm cool. But I'd rather short into resistance that is well above where I thought. I don't want it here if I'm going to go and try to short it into the 180 or 177. I want to go and be to the other, or the, excuse me, the top side of I want to be to the top side of like 188. Other than that, before then, I'm not really fucking concerned. But you're getting a beautiful, beautiful, on the 15-minute side of things. Look at this beautiful setup. Your beautiful over VWAP comes and cradles you a little bit here. You're just trying to set up over the 480, 487.90, and I think you're probably going to do that. Save kind of gave it back right into trying to hold 633. If we can go and continue to wick down like that and move, I like it. Wonder what AMD's even looking very nice. Hold on, kid. It just so happens that AMD right here, this top of the green candle up here, is just happens to be 176.90, and it quite effectively makes a very, very good support level just for the time being. I don't think that goes and holds very long. I think that this more than likely goes and gets shit on here in 15, 20, 30 minutes after the market's gone to the upside. But I think that this is where they're trying to test everybody, and I don't think that Tesla's coming back. Let them fill the gap right here. It makes perfect sense. It's a break up over the resistance and a retouch, and it happens to be so much of a gap fill. Yeah, well, when the SPY decides to go and correlate as such, that's going to put the SPY right at about 489 and put Tesla right back into that 189 area. Save, trying to go and hold these areas. Definitely good. Buy to the upside, 363, but that is for a very, very limited time into that 690, and then I would be short from there. SPY is getting a beautiful green candle, and I'm not bullshitting. Like, we're talking about on a $500 stock, I'm not even a cent off here. and that looks supportive to me. So for the time being, I want to see this market bounce still, and I'm not gonna just chase a short. I might end up going Tesla fucking long if it does decide to drop, but I don't see Tesla dropping here first. I see Tesla going to the upside off of this support area, like right here. This is where I think Tesla's coming off the top, right here. It's in this gap. Where is it? Give me the fucking gap back, please. Thank you. Yeah, right here. Bottom of 184.09 ish, holding that support and turning the fuck around and making this magic school bus go to the top side one time. So if you wanted to play it very, very quickly, you could go and just throw OMND. I think it's this one. I like the support on Tesla. No option. One time for the one time. I would watch that pull back into the 200 if it does. If it I don't know. That one freaks me out. Look at Tesla with this fucking absolute beautiful comeback candle. That's what I'm talking about right there. It got a little deep. I won't lie, it did get a little deep into that gap fill, but I'm gonna just go and in the back of my head keep an overall tally that did go a little deeper than it should have. So that's gonna be a bearish signal to me later in the day, but not right now, not with those candles. So like I said, we're looking for just a couple of things to go in the right direction. I want to see there's the 633 right there, trying to hold its 50 period. Let's get some love one time for the one time. Where the fuck is, see, Meta is not playing. Meta is not fucking playing with you guys. But that's beautiful because I think Meta needs to come back regardless. So Meta's just kind of going and baiting people to the upside and helping us in this situation. What Tesla is doing is quite fucking literally just trying to wick down and stop hunt people. That's it. The only problem that I have with going long on Tesla is the fact that we have to go and effectively regain right here. So for us to go and just yeet right into the 96 EMA makes sense, but I don't think it's going to go and happen. I think it's going to go and try to have more support. If Tesla's going to run to the top side, they're going to rip it to the bottom and try to psychologically break you to be either short, which you would have needed to be short well before, or you're going to need to not be in it at all, which is exactly what they want. Because then if you're not in it, you're not making money from it, and you're making stupid fucking decisions trying to chase it. That's exactly what they want. 6 vehicles is all, but it's a start, absolutely. Shit, Arctic, if I go and say, hey bro, I just made 6 cars and I sold them to any fucking body, that's kind of an achievement within itself. But then to go and say I sold them to the US Postal Service, they got to be somewhat reliable is what in my opinion. Just hit the 183.50 and go. You're already underneath. You're beautifully holding. You can hold that 183.85. You don't need to come back for this test yet. Save green candle off the 130, or excuse me, the 633. Nvidia hanging out, starting to push the upside, looking good. Microsoft 407. 407's only going to be good unless it fucking holds 406 on the way back. If it doesn't, that's no fucking bueno. But you see the channel that we're in right here on Tesla. It looks like they're going and telling you, no, you can't go any higher than this. They clearly fucking showed it to you yesterday, or excuse me, Friday. And the fact that now they're trying to go and try so hard to get you to look at the market and think, oh, we're going to fucking fall off a cliff here. In my opinion, you could also argue that we're going and filling this gap and then holding at 184 before we come to the top side. Are we good over the 184? I don't think so. Absolutely not. I just don't think, in my opinion, that they're going to go and let it happen now to go through the 183.50 or whatever the hell it was and go back and see that 180, 150, 180 flat psychological. It makes a lot more sense to just go and scoop this candle up on a 15-minute basis, not give a shit, say, ooh, we found some support, let's go, bitch, and go to the top side, because everybody and their brother right now everybody is absolutely fucking clueless right now on Tesla. Just fucking clueless. Like, we have 185s pretty even. We have puts down to 180 and calls up to 190. We have a lot of calls at the 187.50, a lot of calls at the 200, a lot of calls at 195. But very, very structured money at the put side of things right now. Nvidia looks short, but the SPY is holding up over VWAP. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Microsoft's chilling, trying to come back to VWAP, trying to find the 50 EMA, and more than likely looking for that 406.50 support I was just talking about. A, from it being the open candle, and B, being the move that we made pre-market. I'm going to see us use the top of this and see resistance into that 206.10 area, or excuse me, 406.10 area on Microsoft. I need Tesla at 182.69 giggity in 5 minutes. You could get that. If you get it into the 182.62 area, that's going to just pull back and tap. I feel like they're going to go and give you a something to look at candle and be like, oh shit, yeah, we got fucking juke. You're going to see everybody just run to the top side, and you're going to see calls coming into the top side. As if this actually goes and breaks 185 again and comes back to the top side, you're going to see the SPY go. You're going to see Tesla get back up over its 200. They're selling you the potential to see Tesla bounce. That's it. That's the only thing you're focused on here right now, is getting jerked off by media. That's it. That's all we're doing right now. is allowing it to happen. Sit back, relax, and enjoy your turn. Like PD Pablo used to say. Shout out to PD Pablo. But in some real shit, like, this is what I'm talking about. Tesla starts climbing back, and it does break through this 200 EMA right here, which is the green line. If we break through here and we get back up over VWAP and start collecting these 185 candles, it's going to go and run just enough to where you can't really do a fucking thing about it. Lucid Call's moving now. You might be onto something with Go EV then. By the way, you don't know how this channel works. Put your mask on first before helping the shitter next to you. But make sure that everybody's got their breathing treatments. Cheers. Saved, still chilling. Actually, Saved might just stop and like not be able to go 665, but I still think it might want to try to get into that 286. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now it's just getting touched on. But that's exactly what we thought was going to happen ultimately, but I thought that they would have wicked this to the top side. That's still what I'm kind of looking for. That's a beautiful retouch if the SPY wants to hold that. That would be support on the SPY, and that would be in a very, very good spot for Tesla to decide to bounce that ass. Go EV's nice pullback right here. You said Lucid too. Where is my Lucid? Okay. Yeah, Lucid is trying to come to the top side. Now, just fucking humor me here, Arctic. If you're in those and you're up any substantial amount of money, look to go and potentially have a short, or like it might go and get smacked into that 316 into that 340, but yeah, there's a bunch of fucking problems with this. Holy shit, what the hell? Yeah, watch that 314 into this next breakdown into that 360, but you're up and over the 200. This just looks like a bait. Because in my thought, if you're humoring me here, Lucid's running right now. Tesla has absolutely every ability to do the same thing. But we still think ultimately that Tesla could go and pull back to 168. So the preface of, oh, we're fucking good here on Lucid would be great if Lucid breaks out above this 315 and goes and tries to use 315 as support, because once it gets back to 315 as support, then we know we're good and we can go to the upside and we can run calls like $4 calls, whatever. If you have some green though on those, just take a little piece or so, because not financial advice, but that's starting to look like bait over the 315 area, and potentially get just walked right into the same support that you're at right now. But the fact that you have the volatility that's moving your contracts right now, that's what I would use if I had the ability to go and see volatility. I'd be wanting to short, or I'd want to be, if I have a long already, I would want to be going and restructuring where my risk is here, and trying to go and potentially short into the top here, but stay very, very close. Like threes and try to get it to go to like 288 and then buy it back at 288 and like pick up a couple more calls. That's all I'm doing is like letting shit run into 316 and shorting the piss out of it and then letting it come back down to support, selling the shit. The only thing that I need for money to be made is the volatility in the market. Volatility, one way or the other, is going to go and signify, or I guess give me the most value to my contracts and shit anyway. I don't like the fact that we keep getting blown off the ball right here at 185, but Lucid's looking right into that that issue. GoEV is a weird one though, because GoEV, correct me if I'm wrong, but it always runs a day or so after, or like almost lags fucking behind. Very, very, very good support candle right here on the 15-minute on the SPY. Beautiful green fucking candle off of support on the 5-minute on the SPY. God damn it. I'm fucking nasty. Hold that. Now just chill, SPY. Just fucking kick it and take fucking Tesla with you one time for the one time. Just take it up to like 489 and then drop the son of a bitch out of a window for all I give a fuck. But you do me a solid, you know what I'm saying? That's what we need to be doing here. We need to be looking out for each other and shit. But you, looks like you're watching fucking Jim Cramer's back pocket, son. Walmart to give store managers stock grants this year. That's just as bad as fucking Webull giving out $70 Snap or Twitter or whatever the fuck. But I'm sorry, sorry, not sorry. Market's starting to go and be very, very interesting here because it's kind of giving me exactly what I thought was going to happen and exactly what I want to make a trade that makes me feel comfortable. Here's the thing is that Meta is going to try to either stay bullish with us here and try to go and retest that 400, which we kind of need, or it might even be a more beautiful situation for us to have the pullbacks that we need right here. Remember when I was talking about Google, all I wanted was this to consolidate right here in between this 150, 350 and 153 area. And I didn't really want to go and see the downside of the 50 period. There's a very, very nice candle here, 152.78. I don't really want to fuck around with that. But we did see very, very nice support off of it once, and then another hold right there at 152.80. They're going to psychologically more than likely try to drag Tesla, or excuse me, Google through that real quick. Because if I want people to have to sell something that I'm about to want to make money on to the top side, if I'm a market maker, I make this price as close to 151 by the end of the fucking day as I can, maybe even lower than that. And you'll see the volatility going into close, but like, I'm going to definitely be looking for this to go and set up at 152.80. But if we get south from there, I'm looking into 150 to buy to go and take long, but Tesla's trying to do it. Tesla's trying to actually do it for us one time for the one time. We need Tesla to get up, and away from this little bullshit pattern right here. I want to. That's a little excessive. I don't need one that goes on fucking forever. Thank you. I'm just kind of looking to break right here and see what happens. I want to see what happens when we get above and try to hold this 185 like right now. We're trying to come back. I'm trying to look how much support we have between right here at the top of these two candles at 6:20 in the morning and 7:10. And I'm trying to go and basically use this box right here as a support level, because why the fuck not? We went and basically felt that all this happened pre-market this morning. All that has happened anyway is we've gone and essentially felt up 185.70. We gave it a little test because we kind of got shit on right here at that 185.61. We got a little freaky with it. We wanted to go and give it a little touch. We got a little overzealous coming out pre-market, obviously, and got smacked. But it's because of the 186.78 that I marked right there. That was the going to be the problematic thing. They let it break up to the upside just for a second, but I think that they're genuinely going to go and actually let it go to the upside, up and above that 178. The reason being is because we went and consolidated back, we found support, and now we're trying to move back up to the top side, which would be right back into the wheelhouse that we tried to create ourselves right here in pre-market. Does that make any sense? Damn, nice. Lucid's moving. Make sure keeping an eye on your profits and shit here, because the market can continue to go green. I'm not saying that it can't, and I'm actually hoping that it does. What I don't want is to have the things that are kind of leading us off kind of have a stagnant sideways trajectory about them, and then everybody that's benefiting right now off of huge volatility moves, especially in that Lucid, buy calls, all that kind of shit right now. Be very, very, very interested to see if Tesla gets back up and over that 178. Nope. 185, 185.80. Nope. Still wrong. 185.50. Jesus Christ. 185.55 exactly. The SPY is continuing to try. Meta is actually continuing to try to go with us here, and if we can get back to that 399, I wouldn't hate it. I just don't necessarily think Meta's hugely ready to go yet. I like the support that we bounced off of, but I would rather see us back at that 130, or excuse me, the 390 area, 390.4 roughly. SPY's trying to cook. Tesla's trying to tap up on VWAP and get the candle to close. This is trying to hold that exact psychological we were talking about this morning. Like, if this goes green from here, I've walked Tesla exactly where I think they're gonna benefit off this. I want to see this go and put like $5 on these fucking candles here in a minute. That's what I want. Because this continues to go and try to drive. These are all wicks, right? So let's just say, metaphorically speaking, well, not metaphorically, this is on a 10-minute chart. Everything that goes and tries to get above this line right here has gotten fucked on every single time. We have not had anything close above this line other than this candle, and then it immediately invalidated that candle by going right back into the 50. But what it didn't do is it didn't break the bottom from where it decided to go and actually catch itself. at that 480, 490. That's telling me that this has support. We have support from the touch here a couple of times, but what I am noticing right now for later in the thought process is Tesla right now is looking very, very hesitant to want to get off its fucking ass and actually move. And it's got a lot of things going for it right now. So let's just assume you take a couple of those really, really nice fucking stocks like Meta or Apple. Well, Apple's coming back, but let's just assume that the stocks aren't moving the way that Tesla actually needs. I mean, if Tesla was doing this on any normal day where it was just trying to go and fucking crater itself like this, it would more than likely be down hellaciously. Like we would already be down 182, probably down to the south side of that. But we're showing a decent amount of respect for that 184 right this moment. I don't think that that's going to go and last for very long, but I am going to go and try to capitalize on the fact that I think it is going to go and hold for right now. All I want to see is this on a 10-minute chart. I want to see this hold VWAP, which is roughly, let's just call it, it might even pull right to, I just want to see it hold 185 psychological and then close somewhere into the 185 and just get the fuck out of here. Just turn it around and keep it moving. Tesla, or excuse me, Nvidia's up to the off to the upside again. Love to hear that. Yep, it is 618 and moving. So look, we're right here is a great example. We went and gave the fucking thing a little touch. We respected the exact same area, just like we did right here on Tesla. See, it's kind of a different time, and no, it's not the same kind of pattern because yes, we're looking at a 5-minute, but there's two respectful times here that this goes and sees that 616 area. We then just go and moved through it or into it and then through it, and now we're trying to use 617.53 as support. We're gonna have to do that by pulling back into the 616.30 and using that first. But I need this candle on Tesla to keep respecting VWAP here. Google could start turning it around and go to the upside here. But Nvidia is looking very, very good. Amazon green as well. And if Amazon's doing the same shit. But when everybody's doing the same shit, I'm not necessarily worried about what the fuck everybody else is doing. I want to watch everybody go and run right up to the point where it's not a good idea anymore and get hurt. I'm going to want to watch these kids downfall or the market or whatever it is, because we're already having problems right now. Overall, right this second, we're doing a very, very good job holding shit. I don't have any complaints about that. You're wicking down on the inside of this candle at the 184.90 area. You're trying to use the SPY now. Like this is a match made in heaven if it fucking actually wants to go and do the right thing here. Do the right thing. So I'm looking at effectively right here. That SPY candle freaks a lot of people out, but all it does is run right back to VWAP really quickly. This is where I think we're going to try to go and bounce from. This is the thing that I just showed you that had nothing to do with a buy zone. So just to be clear, it was just the strength of pre-market. I think we try to hold here come back up and retouch the 200. But anything inside to the upside of the 200, I'm kind of getting suspicious of. With Tesla being one of those that can go and get weird pretty quickly, I wouldn't put it past Tesla to see 190 before I decide to like get a turnaround or even potentially that 194. But I don't think we're going that high. I think what's going to end up happening is we run back up into the same exact lost the entire word. That's a big ass 5-minute candle. You gotta love that on the SPY. I would be taking a long, but I'm not playing the SPY, just to be very clear. Look at how high, or look at how well Tesla is sitting with the SPY doing that. That's perfect because now the SPY is reloading. When the SPY decides to go and stop and consolidate and go to the top side and continue its bullish momentum, Tesla's already going and basically giving everything it's got. It hasn't had the SPY to really do shit for it. It's been Meta and Microsoft. Google still continuing to hold beautifully. We're getting the rundown to 184. Which is essentially giving it structure at 184.30. It just doesn't need to close down under 184.39. I am thinking about Google's just fucking running sideways. I don't mind Google at all. Like I don't mind Google at all doing what it's doing, and we're getting the little bit of kind of a restructuring underneath the IWM right now. It's trying to give you a bullish sentiment over that 195 just for the time being, and it seems like the 195 is going to be like a little stage for the retrace and trying to get back towards that 197.60, but give it time to go and cycle out here because the SPY is taking an absolute kick in the teeth and everything is decently you're not seeing the same type of abuse in everything else that you're seeing in the SPY right now. SPY could realistically pull back into 487, a little south of that, but I think that 487.20 area is where I'm going to start looking to go and maybe grab IWM right now is holding the 195. Oh, trying to get 196. I actually like that area. I just would rather it set up a little higher into the 196, 49, 50 area and just try to use that pre-market high. But if the SPY can go and find some support here, it would be beautiful to just continue to the top side. But everything in the market looks very, very poised while the SPY just got immediately turned around. Love to see it because now if the SPY decides to go and show support here, we're going green and everything is ready right now like Tesla to go green IWM looking to go and show support. Overall, looks like our 200 and our gap fill right here worked out perfectly together. Save has the potential to get shorted off the 631 area, but I really think they're going to try to fuck people one more time on that. How low on Amazon? 350. Has not filled that gap to the downside, so I would assume probably into that gap, but if it does decide to give that gap up, you're probably looking at some point going to be into that 158. I'd say 180 or 157 just to be safe. But I would be taking, that 50 cents right there. Come on, Spy, bounce that ass. Joda de verga, tu mami sway. Oh, 11 months. We love to see it. Clap it one time. Get a GG's in the chat for Caesar. Appreciate you, G. Oh shit, more gift and shit. Oh shit. Caesar's going to the fucking Spurs game tonight. Yo, I'll buy you Spurs tickets. You want to keep throwing dollar bills at me, cuteness? God damn. Let's go. Caesar with the 5 gifted. You're fucking voluptuous on a different side of things. You know what I'm saying? I'll take care of you in a little bit. Look at this candle on Tesla, though, bringing it back from the fucking dead. So, in my theory, you just bounced off the 200 EMA on SPY, and you're setting up to kind of grab VWAP as a structure now at that 185 psychological, just for you to run up a little bit. Just a little bit. It's been an hour into the market, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I don't have anything to fucking do right now. I mean, look how... I mean, you don't need to be incredibly on top of this to go and be able to turn a profit. I think, like, if you just go and relax and let things come to you, if it gets there, it gets there. Then buy it if it's wherever the fuck you think it's gonna go. Put something there, make an alert, and go see it whenever it dings. Don't stress out. Don't do any of that kind of shit. Just, if it does not go the way that you are envisioning your play to play out, wait on it. Give yourself a second. Enzo, I'm so sweet. What the fuck? I'm not sweet. Caesar's the one giving shit away. Go Spurs. I'll allow it. The crazy thing is that I've failed to tell Caesar that I was a Spurs and Dallas Mavericks fan when I was growing up. So I just usually try to give him shit about Ginobili because that was the only jersey that I had growing up from a basketball player. And if you don't see that Tesla's trying to regain the effective civil war that it's having right here, this is why. We got immediately shit on. But then we broke up to the upside, got weird, wanted to go and give shit a little feel, found that next structure, and now we're trying to use that little space to go and consolidate into, so that we can use that as a structure to use the top wicks, which would be the bottom of this little box. Let's call it 185.80. Oh, shit. 185.80 right there. You're looking effectively to go and hit the top of that box and come back down to the lighter white box 185.80. Excuse me, 185.50. I want to see this go, like I was talking about, 10-minute candle. I want to see these go and start to get up above. And like I said, there were no candles prior to pre-market that were good that actually closed up of this blue line. We just did that twice, 3 times as a matter of fact. We only could do it twice over here, and we got a candle from absolute hell down to 184.80. SPY's getting fucking shit on right now, and we are doing exactly what we need to because we already moved on the 5-minute side of things out of the fucking way of this dart to the downside. We don't have to worry about taking that fucking meteor that the SPY is trying to turn itself into, come over the top of the head of Tesla and beat it into the ground unnecessarily. You're allowing SPY to walk itself to the downside and hopefully find a place of support and time it with the ability to have Tesla move at the same time. So what you're looking at, like verbatim, is the first thing you want is Tesla. If you go and think top side, you want to break right here. You want to continue your support, but you want to go and break that line right there, green line, and start moving your way back up to the 186. You want the SPY to be able to bounce with you and go to the top side. You'd be absolutely beautiful. My grandpa lives on Corey Golf Course. My grandfather walk on Corey Golf Course too. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I'm a real. I don't even think he golfs. What are you talking about? Oh shit, Arthur got the ONM. It is moving. And there's Tesla trying to go. See, that's not a gap fill. That is the box that I was just fucking talking to you about. We want it to hit the top of the box, and then we want it to come to the bottom, or I guess to the top of this box and hold, because this top of this, or the bottom of this box at 185.48 is the structure that we created itself right here for this morning. All you need to do is hold the area of that 10 cents and continue. That's all you need to do. You don't need to go and fucking push the day high. You don't need to go do shit. You need to go right here and just kick it. Let this come back, take a breath while everything's getting fucked on. Allow the SPY to continue to drop just a smidge, because you know it's never just, it always wants to give you a little bit more. Google doing exactly what we asked it to the entire fucking time. We're taking the D right to the mouth on SPY. This is the reason we weren't going to fucking trade the SPY, is because we were concerned about this. This is exactly what we asked for. We wanted it to go and stop here and then give a little bit more back between the 153.50 and the 153. That's fucking exactly what's happened. And you're kind of going and giving the notion that you want to get back up over this 200. What that tells me is that not only is Google strong at that 153 right there, it also goes and tells me that the 200 EMA is where that thing would like to be. It's not trying to go and fly to the downside. It's not got beaten heavily to the downside. Or I guess that's probably incorrect. It hasn't no. It hasn't received the ass whooping to the downside that it absolutely should. But if you do get the bounce, you're basically looking to the downside of that 152.80 first, anyway, 152.84. And then I want to see what happens when we try to get to the top side of 153.04. If we get rejected from 153.04 into that 153.15, then I would probably go and think that we're going to pull back just a little bit extra. But if I'm lying, I'm dying. I'm looking at Tesla and I'm starting to go and get a little antsy with these 125s, because the 175.5 that I was talking about waiting for this entire time to be fucking patient, I'm now looking at it. I'm also looking at the fucking fact that we have SoFi up here. If SoFi goes and tries to break through, it's more than likely going to one of two places: the 950 or the 987. The 987 seems a lot easier to short into, so I'm going to probably just look into that and see SoFi to the downside. Just because of the move that it's made, it's kind of overextended itself back into the 862. So I'm going to go and use that 862 as a benchmark. Like, I'm going to go and fucking buy literally like 9 calls. And if it gets to 862 anywhere close, you can probably go. Yeah, you can get the 850s for $13 a piece. Like, you could probably buy those for 10, even probably single digits. But I would want to stay close. You could get away with the 850s, I think, but I mean, it's up 20%. I don't think that there's any doubt that I feel like it would be a smarter play, in my opinion, to grab the 9s if you have the liquidity to do so. If you can get them at 20, 25, or let's say 20 on a good run to the upside, I would take that all day. Bye, Tesla. See you. Have a good time. Love you. It's fucked on. Oh, look at that. Give me the 102 on the 170s, on the 177s. Fill those fucking contracts. Don't you fucking forget about me, you dumb bitch. I've been waiting for you. What the fuck? I'll smack you in the lips. Where's my wiffle ball bat? I swear to God. Tesla, bring that ass. Yeah. Tesla, I'm gonna need you. Fill the contracts, please. So I am in at 170, or in those 170, 177.5 puts for this week. And I just entered that position right now. So it's going to be here on this candle. And I took some puts there. Ooh. Lock that bitch so I don't move it around. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I have the overall, why am I fucking losing that word every single time? And it's like a word I use every day. The way that the trend's working here is perfectly walked into this. They might even try to go and, like I said, try to juke you to the upside. I'm taking a fucking short here if I've ever seen it. I'm also removing my short on fucking Spirit right now. It's just pissing me off and it's not doing anything. We're also holding 194, which is the support right here from pre-market where we decided to bounce a while ago. 10-minute candles. We bounced here once. And it's also the place that we decided to go and move once we broke here. SPY is deciding to move to the upside. What I want to see is SPY go right back into that 450, or excuse me, the 488, and then get shit on. That's all I want to see, because then everything starts fucking off from there. I'm actually even looking at a short position on Tesla around and just trying to be closer to the money. You know what? I think I like the 190. Ooh. I have an order in for $199, $1.99 contracts on the 182 and a half, and the reason being is because I don't really give a shit. If it runs against me, I'll just buy another one and average down. But if let's say this just decides to hit here and say no thank you, just like it did here and here earlier, it's going to go and try to retest here on this trend. So let's assume that that happens the same fucking way, just delayed a little bit. This is going to try now on the way back on Tesla to everything it's got. It's going to go and throw to going and holding right here at the thing that I marked for you this morning, which is going to be that thing that I marked for you this morning here for price tags. Get out of the way. This thing that I marked for you this morning also happens to be where the 200 EMA is more than likely going to be. So if you're holding calls that I just told you, like, we're going to the upside, I told you my concern is that 189. But what I'm not concerned about is continuing to buy into that bullshit. Because now I'm sitting here buying into places that I have historically, I have the ability to say, oh, we got fucked on there. No, thank you. It's a beautiful thing. By the way, the bid ask just filled my 182 and a half right there into the, let's just go and somebody remember that the yellow one, is the 182 and a half puts at 199 is what that filled for. And we have these at a flat 100 at the 177 and a half. So effectively, all I really need in dead ass terms, I'm going to be making money at the drop of 186, and I'm going to be really good at 184.30 if we go and break that. But this is the exact same fucking thing that happened to Lucid. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lucid ripped, right? I'm going to be looking to pick these up. What are they at? 90. No. See that it's holding at 94 constantly. See, I'll even take it at 94 again, but like shit, I wanted to buy those. That's unfortunate. Wanted to buy those at those 182s again. Where are you gonna give this to me? Oh, you won't. I promise you won't. Double broke port. Oh, I promise you won't. I'm putting in just a buy because I want to make sure that if it does decide to flicker down to 75, that I'm picking those up. That flicker down to 75 would, from down over here, would correlate with the with Tesla going and probably just flickering through 140, or 189 or so. So right now the bid ask on that is 96 a contract. I'm looking for it for for 75 a contract to double the other position. I'm already profitable on my 182 and a half. They're up $4, but like $4 a piece if you have 1,000 of them is a huge fucking contract. But yeah, save it. It never got there. It's going back to about 488. So I'm not in that play. I thought it was going to go a little longer, but that's the thing, is I don't necessarily have to be in every play. But right now the SPY is doing exactly what I wanted it to. I just don't want, or Tesla's doing exactly what I wanted it to. I don't think it's going to necessarily fill both sides of, or I'm sorry, the 75s. Or the $75 or cent limit on the 177 and a half that I just put in. I don't know that it's going to get all the way down to that, which is also the number 4 chart right here. So just so you can see what this looks like on options, you can still, or on the options side of things, you can still do analytics on options data. Not a lot of people do, but I think oh man, it would be so beautiful. It would be an absolutely beautiful wick call out right here. If this can go and fill this, I might just take my tits out. I have a nasty position right underneath that 76. The reason I have that position here is because I'm either looking for a retest of that 188 or a flicker of the 189, like I just said. But Amazon right now is trying to look bullish. So you're seeing the transition from, ooh, we were just getting fucking shit on and we didn't know if we were going to go to the top side, to now rotating into the, oh shit, we might be going to the upside, and we might be going to the upside hard. Let's everybody hold real quick. And timing wise, it looks great. It looks great. It's not gonna fucking happen though. I don't think that they're gonna be able to go and hold this off the ground, in my opinion. So the 199 options on the 199 buy on the 182 and a half puts on Tesla for today were at 220 just a second ago, and the Tesla's 177 and a half for this week are still $4 chilling. Save is coming through that $6 mark. Good call, Arthur. I have NVIDIA calls for March. Oh, you got time. You're gonna have to run that thesis by me, because I have not heard. I've heard a lot of bullish shit for NVIDIA lately, but that's big, and I know there's got to be a reason for that. So I'm definitely interested to hear the thought process behind that, because that would be insane. If Nvidia would hit if Nvidia hit $1,000, that would be disgusting. What else are we doing here? Let's look at. You know what I think is odd is nobody has said a fucking thing. By the way, that short is beautiful. You need it to come through the 200. Once it moves through the 200, you'll see these start to get a little bit more back, but effectively very, very happy with where I entered. Even on a 5-minute, I love where I entered. We just need to get the collapse back through this support. It's going to try to use 186 as the support. It's going to fake it into the 186.64. We don't want to give more than that back if you're still going to the upside and you're still wanting to see Tesla show support here. What it's trying to do, if you want to go and zoom out just so that everybody knows, within this little channel right here that it's been in, this thing is trying to go and fake people to the upside. But this bothers me. If I'm sitting here going short, I am going short right here, but the 200 seems like a bait. That's why I'm not worried about buying into that 189.89 area on, or excuse me, 189.98 on Tesla, because I know that that's my 200. And if I break up over it, I just need to go and restructure into that position. But it seems like a bait, like, oh, we're going to go to 190. That's where you saw all the 190 calls that I was talking about this morning. It was too much positive shit for anybody to actually get any fucking work done. You know what I mean? Like, if you can just go and picture the market as the Grinch or the fucking asshole employee that like is never happy, it's basically what it's what the market is going to do. Any type of cheery goodness the market wants to fuck on. But it's also odd how the market creates cheery fucking goodness and then shits on itself. That seems very redundant until you realize the ebb and flow needed that to happen. They got out of a position, or there was or a stock didn't move because there was too big of a fucking position. That happens often. SPY looks like it's going to go and potentially have a hard time holding that 480, 487. What was I also looking? I was looking. AMD, nicely done. Holds 175. Now we're trying to re-establish the area over that 176.12. AMD is expensive. God damn. See, we got rejected again from that 400 area. It let us go into the 400, baited people. Now this is probably going to come to the downside, find that 200 at 198 or so, and remove from there. But it'll freak people out watching this dip below 135, or excuse me, 395, and then they'll end up going and shooting a gap or something like that with Microsoft and Google. we're looking for Google to almost do the same fucking thing. I think Google's long, man. Tesla shorts looking beautiful. SoFi still kicking it. I wonder if we were able to ever get those. Oh, $10. This is probably really fucking stupid, but like, I genuinely don't see it. I'm short SoFi 85 call, or excuse me, 850 calls right here. Breaking back down underneath. Coming back to the 7. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Let's just call it here is where we were a few seconds ago. Just went short into the 850 puts, 850 puts on SoFi. Which were right here. I just got them at 10. I filled at 10 anyway. Very, very nice. We were able to get in on these at like 100. I think it was a little early in my opinion, but we were right here when we decided to pick up those contracts on the 177.5s on Tesla. Anybody holding? Can LHV come back, or is it dead? I don't know enough about it, G. I mean, I think they'll probably go and start moving the fucking thing. If there's any type of sentiment on it, but it would be extremely difficult for me to go and hold that knowing what the fuck. I mean, I understand what it has the potential to do, considering that it went through like $8 or whatever the fuck it was doing. But like, SPY is about to go and probably give you another $2 or $3 in movement. It's averaging on like $4 in movement. Tesla's trying to go and give buys again. SoFi came down through that 930 beautifully. Now walking right back in. Ooh, that one's starting to walk back. Gonna want to try to hold the 927. Not doing a very good job. Doge is cool to have. A little, but sub 1 cent was prime hold in my opinion. Yeah, 100%. I got them last week when it was going hard. Oh shit. Okay. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying your options trading. Those SoFi puts have already gone 20%. Tesla might actually go and give me another buy here. You won't, bitch. Give me a bigger fucking candle. Give me the 189. Just give me the kiss. You know? Just like I wanna be Rapunzel or the dumb bitch up in the castle. Like, you come kiss 185 or 189 and we'll talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell you that I'm gonna put out immediately, considering I've been in this fucking castle and shit. But like, I think you and I could work something out. Tesla, you want to come touch it at 189. You know what I mean? You let it touch. I go and fill underneath that 175. We can make a deal. I tell you, we can make a deal. Ooh, shit. I'll be right back. Watch my breathing treatment for me real quick. I am gonna go out on the patio real quick. Oh. But I'm gonna just continue to add like a couple contracts every time it runs itself right into this little area. If it wants to give it a little more into the 189 on the Tesla side of things, I'm not concerned. If it wants to go and give me 194, yeah, I'm a little fucking concerned. Other than that, I'm waiting for everything else to make the move. I've already put myself in position. It's just if the market moves or if it doesn't. Tesla 177.5 are 88, 89 cents. Yeah, we're gonna be buying. That's gonna feel voluptuous. Remember, I'm not forgetting Google. SQs, if the market does decide to go and here's the problem is look at the SQs fighting for their day high and Tesla is trying to go to the top side and it's up 2.5%. If the SQs break to the top side of that 1220 and continue to go and the SPY drops through like it just went red, you're going to get exactly what I talked about, and you're going to have Tesla roll over and die right here. And maybe with a little bit of theatrics or a little bit of fireworks, but I'm dead ass. You're looking at crypto trying to help you, and you're still weak. You're looking at Mara up 8, Coin up 7. Microsoft is at 406. And like I always said, Netflix is always the fucking person that wants to shit on the parade. They're doing a very, very good job of it right now. Gonna go ahead and fill that position one time for the one time, Tesla. You won't do it. Skanky bitch. We're getting close. We're 10 cents off. Tesla is at that 189. Getting very, very close to it. Coin's up 8%. Nikola looks a little spicy at 4% right now. And so does Polestar. I don't think that they're going to move right now, though, but they are good looks. Mullen is up 8% as well. So we've effectively gone and moved all of the EV market up 8% on the nose through every stock. Okay. Okay, bud. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, boss. Look at Tesla doing it. So this is where everybody goes and shits their pants instead of just staying calm and knowing we're going right to the 200. Like I said, if that was the worst thing that could happen, who gives a fuck? We'll buy it right into it. And I think that's what I was talking about. This is the theatric of Tesla right now. That's why I have this buy. That's why I had the buy here. SoFi 933 was where we were trying to hold, right? Remember earlier? I was talking about the shit earlier. Oh no, excuse me, I'm talking shit. 633 is where we were at. I'm retarded. 633 we were looking at on Spirit, not 933. My apologies. We're still waiting for Spirit to go and bottom out and try to go find that $7 area before we go short. Up 22.5 on SoFi. Go ahead, one time. Tesla looks set for a little bump up, right? Let's hope. Let's hope, because all I want is a little buy-in. And this is a perfect spot right here to go and allow it to run into a place that it shouldn't be from where we decided to break low. I guess effectively it would be right there, 190 and 9 cents. $190.09 is exactly. They're at 80 now. Go ahead and fill it at 75. You want to. And I think that the SPY, if it does decide to get rejected from the 200, I think it'll have to touch VWAP, which might give you a little extra boost here. I'm gonna probably go. Yeah, I just filled my Teslas. No, I did not. I'm sorry. What the fuck was that? Oh, it was letting me know that my Teslas were down 20%. Don't give a shit. The bid ask is right there. Give it to me. I partially filled. I literally got it that perfect that you only partially filled me halfway. Okay. Okay. Hi, Poppy. Where was that one other area? I don't think. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Shit. That's where I think they're trying to bait everybody. Is the 194 area. If 194 happens, the SPY would have to come all the way back up and retest. Doesn't seem like that's where the market's at currently. This is probably going to run out of gas when it gets right back up to its channel. So I would be looking at the IWM and the Russell to see how this decides to play out. But for right now, might look at that to potentially look short. Tesla looking very good. Oh yeah, we filled again here somewhere. Let's just call it here. So I have buys at 75 and 76 now. Just because like that pissed me off. Now they made me have like an odd number of fucking contracts, and I don't like that. Fucking dickheads. See, here's the little run in the SPY that I think you're bound to get right here to VWAP, yellow line. But right now you're struggling to go and even get through your open candle on the day. Held very, very nicely into the 487.30, but I wouldn't be surprised if this walks right back into the 487 and a quarter. IWM. Give me those contracts, please, on Tesla. It's 78.79 is the bid ask. Give me. I want it. Just go ding ding one time. Drop right into, I'll even take you going into 480, or 776. One time. If you really want to give me the entire thing, I might get 70, but it's probably going to get shit on right here at 487. I just filled on my Tesla. I filled on my Tesla 76, but it still won't fill my other 75s. It finally just filled the rest of my 75s right there. Google. I feel like it should bounce here, but it's just consolidating like we wanted it to. I just don't know. Like in my opinion, I feel like this was basically just a premature breakout. Now we need to go and kind of like go back and restructure. If we're gonna restructure anywhere, it would probably try to be right here. If not, into that 152.5. But come on, Tesla. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take our 10% that we just made in SoFi from 10 to 11 right there, and a $10 contract to 11. Take our 10%, and then I'm going to go and grab I want to see these Tesla, or I want to see Tesla kind of bounce right here. See how my box right here represents where I'm buying, right? And the reason why is because, and I guess the reason why this is hitting the box perfectly is because of the fact that I'm buying at levels of support and resistance without having to go and do a bunch of extra bullshit. There's the VWAP touch right there on the SPY. Tesla, give me just one little, give me one little one. You know what I mean? Like one little thing to the top side one time. I want these again. Ooh, I just found it. Give me that. Give me that. What's that info? Thank you. Gap fill down to 108. I don't think there's any fucking way. So personally, I have a downside position all over the place on Tesla. I want to see Tesla go up a little higher though, because I want to go and enter a position. However, I want this contract at 155, and I'll buy it again if I need to. But just in case you get a weird downside candle. But I'm watching the 182s to go long here. When's the expiration? Oh, this week. I'm sorry. Sorry, Arctic. Speaking of, can I go and make that fucking text bigger? Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. 3 grandmas in the chat for Mr. Arctic Fox. Yeah, I'm trying to grab now anything south of basically that 186, or excuse me, the 156, where we're trending to. I think it's interesting that we have that candle here at 180, or excuse me, the 157. We've held that 154 several times. I'm going to take another position here. I have no problem buying the 182s, even if they go to 194. Don't give a shit. We're trying to gap up. Hey, look, SPY, you better fucking go now. You better go now because you just fucked up. SPY kind of just left itself hanging here. It gapped up, yeah, see, it gapped up and just got fucked on into this previous little move that we tried to make. It's not even, it's basically saying you're not even good here, bro. Get fucked on. The same 2 big ass red candles we tried to basically walk through huge levels, VWAP, 20 MA, and now we're trying to go and hold that same area. If we can go and hold VWAP to go and use it as support to get above 484 and what, 3/4, then I'm all down for that. But right now, if it's getting smacked into 487, yeah, right there. It needed to hold right there at 487.68. It more than likely is going to try to come back and find this little gap right here. 180 or 481. Nope, 487.55. We did just get the beautiful tap to the downside, but look at this. 187. Or excuse me, 157. Gotta love that. Absolutely gotta love that. Give it to me at 155 and I'll suck you off. Does that work? Can you put your mouth on people in the market here? Is that feng shui? Thank you. Appreciate you. We just filled at 155. Watch AMC, it's at 411. Look at the pullback into. Keep going. Don't stop there. Don't fill that gap and go. I'll smack the tits off you. So here's your trend that I just realized. On a 5-minute chart, we cannot go and even play with this area right here, red line. Every time we go above it, it decides it wants to push us right back down underneath it. So the fact that we did that, we're getting pushed underneath. If we continue to not be able to hold that the 487.50 right there, that could be very problematic. But it's held very nicely right here into that 487.29 area. There's the fucking touch of 190. Thank you. Go. I like AMC down here. Don't know how long it will stay that low. That's crazy that you like AMC down here. Tesla looks ready to come down now. Oh shit. Hell yeah. I'm about that. I just picked up more 177s at 67 a piece. And if those 182s are going to actually come back, actually, those 182s come back to 100, I'm tripling my position into them, but I've just picked up 177 and a half. Right. That's exactly what everybody and their fucking brother is thinking right now. Oh my God, Tesla's breaking out. It's gonna move. Well, look, Tesla might break out. You're right. But Tesla can put, it's not fucking Pandora, right? Like, Tesla is not Pandora. Bitch can go right back in the fucking box where she came from. Does not make a fuck. Just exactly my goddamn point right there. Thank you, Tesla. I also told you the bottom of those 177.5s that I was looking at had a potential down to like 70 or something like that, 69. I happened to fill it 67, but I think Tesla has to come back and look into 176 regardless. And if we don't go and hold there, we're looking at 168 to 163. I think all of this is just added bullshit right now. Look at the SPY ripping back to the top side, kind of giving bullish momentum as Tesla is just trying to hold that 10 or that 190.04 or whatever the fuck it is. Like, if Tesla does not go and yeet itself, or excuse me, the SPY doesn't yeet itself into the fucking sky here, Tesla doesn't survive this. Netflix, though, is probably going to go and fucking piss me off. Trying to take its stupid ass to fucking 570-ish. Needing to regain 580 or 568.50. Look at this beautiful touch. If that'll go and actually stay, yeah, this is trying to go and get that gap fill, but stop just short. I don't think it's worth the gap fill, dude. Worst comes to worst, I buy fucking a lot more. Get more Nikola. Okay. I think that 74 area into the 68 is a very, very interesting area that we bounced from already. The fact that it just so happens to be the downtrend. I want to see. Google's trying to come up. See, here's where Google is very important. Needs to see what happens at this 200. Now, here's what didn't make sense to me prior in the morning, and here's what still doesn't make sense to me. Why did Google have a 200 that was underneath it, but now it's reacting like everything else? Google's going to be the canary in the coal mine, if you will. If Google goes and starts ripping and uses support here, it'll make it, and it'll more than likely try to push the market a little bit. You're not doing anything special on the SPY. On Tesla, you're getting decent candles, but I don't know that that's going to last. That's a good try, though. That's down to like hundredths of a cent. That's wild. Fucking asshole. Now we have a few candles that are holding above this little red line here, but nothing to go and penetrate to the upside of 487.90. Google trying to give VWAP back right here on the 5-minute, coming back to the downside after kind of getting smacked in the tits right there, but not worried about Google, but like I'm worried about Google firing off to the upside and taking the whole fucking market with it, but I'm not I want Google to come back into that 152 area, but I'm not concerned even if it does come back and give up 152.84. I would actually prefer to see that right now. Yeah, save went right back. Now it's trying to get rejected from 612, and ultimately the candles. Oh, that's your breakout on Friday. See, this is the area right here. This is the whole reason why the SPY, right? Oops. These candles right here. This space right there. This entire thing right here is the entirety of the argument that's happened so far today. Exactly where we're coming right back to. It's gonna try to tell us we're good. Big fucking red candle over here, beg to differ. Ouch. Starting to tick to the upside for you here, Arctic. ONMD. Let's just say Tesla wants to come back and revisit that 184, right? Even if it wanted to come back into the 180, cool with that. We were moving. We moved almost $5 on Friday. We were able to melt $5 in a matter of an hour on Thursday. And that's where we started our downside. We have the same thing here. We need one more touch for that to go and become true. We no longer hold those SoFis. Those are starting to come back. What about C3AI looks like it just how does C3AI go though if there's any type of problem with Google or something like that? Google and Microsoft have earnings after the bell, so my point is This trend matters. Meta ran, now we're stagnant, running sideways, still getting rejected off of the 400. Nvidia immediately got turned over. That looks like a head and shoulders. Oh shit, where the fuck did Tesla go? Amazon's trying to get above 160. SPY is doing a very, very good job getting above VWAP. Now let's see if it can hold. AVGO, if it gives up, if AVGO gives up 1205, that's not good. What? It's weird how AVGO's fucking options only come back to kind of where its gap fill is. There's Tesla pulling back. I wish it would have let me buy those 182s. The IWM's trying to go and cook very slowly with a little bit of pressure towards this 197 so it can go and like give the SPY a little help. I think that's a very honorable fucking thing, but I still think that you get rejected from 197.62. I think that like this bull is making a very, very bullish sentiment, but still gotta clear the fucking levels here. There's the Tesla drop. That is right. Yes, sir. Fuck. Make sure that you like and subscribe with your grandma's lips. You know what I mean? I'm just glad you guys are here. I'm glad I'm back. I'm glad we're trading. I'm glad that Tesla's getting pummel fucked into the ground right now. You know, a lot to be thankful for right now. I'm about to go full John Smith on AVGO if Pocahontas drops that ass. And Google, just like thought. I would really appreciate you if you did not do this shit right now, though. Google, wait for a little bit. SQs are interesting here. Looks like we're trying to fill that 1213 gap. Use this as support at 1209. Banked it. Tesla's dropping that ass. Prime example. A duck underneath that was fucking losing people's their minds. Now we're doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm taking. I might take the SQs to hedge. So we did this once. We did this right here. We went and just fucked it. We tried to set up. We freaked everybody out. We dropped a total of 50 cents into it. This one's the same fucking thing. We need to get back up over 1280. So it'll probably try to retest that 13 area at some point, but it'll fall shy at 1309. It'll go 1289 flicker. I'm taking 13 calls. No, I'm not. I'm taking 12 5 calls. And I want them for 20 a piece. I want to buy them on the bid. Sabrina, don't get fucking cheerleading squad for fucking Google yet. You know, we're not ready for that shit. And this was my complication with going long in Google earlier this morning when we started to see it go into that 153. My ultimate thought was, what happens when we get right here, where the market feels like it's gonna rip, but we run into resistance everywhere, all the way around. You're effectively looking for a hold. Why? Trying to hold right here. And you have the downtrend right here that you're trying to form. You want to break up and over it. Breaking up and over it would probably get you clearance of 1240 on the way up to the 50 EMA, the 96. If you can get the 50, if you can get one of those two things in the next 1 or 2 days, those are beautiful options. We were buying Tesla at what, 68 cents, I think is what it was. They don't want to fill my SQs yet for the 20. The twin. One time for the one time. But I do like the way that it's going. I feel like we're in beautiful buy positions. In, I guess, buy positions to the downside. I want to see the SQs. There's a lot of eyes obviously on the SQs. Nicola and Lemon. There you go. What happens if the SPY doesn't go here though? So believe it or not, including how many contracts I have and where I decided to start fucking buying them, where I also just filled the SQs, but I was only down $26 in the entire Tesla positions that I've entered on stream, with an overall amount of capital in it like 16, 17. So even buying here and here and here on certain options, now that I've just got back, I did buy up here somewhere as well, but I don't remember, and I'm not going to go and try to guess now. But we're already, now we're positive on the 177 and a half, up a total of 1.25%. But that was because we went and started buying them at 100 a contract, and then got all the way back to 66. I mean, if that's not on the fucking nose, guys, like, and the reason that, like, you go, oh yeah, and so you just draw fucking lines for a living. Well, these lines make a great fucking living. I'm just letting you know. It's the trend right here. We broke over it, and we decided to move. We broke and retested. This is the perfect example of what I want to trade when I'm trading it, and wanting to go long. That's the perfect fucking setup. I want the break and a retest, a support over the top of the whole fucking structure I just made, and I want to keep going. I'm going to go for price discovery, and then what I didn't want is I didn't want to gap up right here for any reason. That's probably where these are going to go and try to find themselves at some point. But yeah, there's all kinds of random little spots here, right here, all the way from 366 into that 360, and then down, obviously this gap here, but I'm talking about this one as well, which was another area right here, 350. This 350 area is a deciding factor. Tesla's also running back to its 20. This contract is probably going to start moving again, but you're effectively on this contract having a problem to get over 260. There's a little gap here at 238. It would obviously be struggling if it was up here, and it's down here. It's definitely struggling to get back over that 180 as well. But first things first, you need to get through 110, 165, that 200 move, and it's more like this is a big area right here. I need to actually mark this so I don't fucking forget it. That 206 is very it tried to use it as support prior, and then it kind of just disrespected the shit out of it by going and pushing it through that area. That's going to be kind of like a grudge match type area if it does get back there. So if I'm the person that's holding a call that's moving right then into that area, I would get out of it if I had an expiration problem. just because I could assume that there would be a decent amount of bullshit that I'm gonna have to run through there. Oh yeah. Just let it happen, Tesla. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine, Tesla. Go back to sleep. Nothing, dear. Just so happens, guys, that these 2 points or these two areas line up. The last place that we tried to go up to on the SPY, right here, right? And got rejected. Just so happens to be a little breakout area that happens to be right here. That they're more than likely going to try to wick up and cause a scene here. That gets fear across all types of shit right now. But what it also does is it goes and gets people in the assumption that it's going to hold right here at 488.07 and continue to move to the upside. I think you're fucking slow if you've gone into resistance twice. It had a huge reaction the first time. I mean, 5 minutes, we just, fuck your dollar real quick. One time, we're going to just disappear. See, right here. And it's just very, very weird how now we're doing the same trend. Could we see a pop-up over the top of it? Absolutely. But what would be more likely? That going and continuing the trend, because you always want to go with trend as your friend, right? You want to go and play with that. So that would effectively be downside right there, resistance into the top of your day. There's so many things right here that could go and fuck you that it would be almost like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with one hand, as opposed to just going through the first time and being able to use two hands and solve the Rubik's Cube just like everybody else. You're making it fucking harder and throwing more little tiny things on top of it, like Tesla. Like, we're just doing that. We're quite fucking literally just doing this to either retest this little area right here, 198 or 189, or we're gonna just get straight up shit on by the 7, I think. Excuse me, the 10. But NASDAQ ripping for the NASDAQ anyway. Still a huge area right there, 15.5. All the indicators decided to take a shit right here. Our RSI is over 80. RSI is over 80 on the SPY as well. Very, very beautiful 22 on the SQs. Regardless if you use them or think that relative strength index is relevant or not, I don't give a fuck. I'm just letting you know what it is today so that you have the ability to know where the day traders are. A lot of people go and say, well, Enzo, but relative strength index, da da da. No, hey, listen, go do your homework, um, and go get back in your kennel. There's no way. If you're not using relative strength to see what the hell is going on in different times, you're fucking yourself. Very, very, very good tool if you're a day trader. Decently okay tool if you're a swing trader, or like, it's not just for day traders by any means. So don't think it is. Fat green on both at the same time. Two bad bitches at the same damn time. Puffin Pluto. Ouch. But now it is just a waiting game to see which happens first. And I don't believe we have any news or anything like that coming up until Wednesday. We do have earnings. Google and Microsoft are the two that I know for sure. Those were the main two that I was focused on. I think Luigi just joined the Discord. What's up, Luigi? Tesla, do the stanky leg for me, son. One time. I'll surf your swag, dude. Look at the spy. Look at the spy rip back. Now that I've seen that happen twice, I'm getting less fond of that happening. Because what I look at when I see those candles is when you're moving back with that much velocity and you're stopping on a dime at the day's low, it starts to become difficult to think that you'll be able to break that area within the given day. But it's holding on just enough to where it's almost valid. I'm definitely gonna watch Tesla. I'm basically looking for the SPY to see what happens here in and around that 200. Give me 1 second. Fielding bullshit. On down. LGVN. Treasuries to release bond options for Q1 around 3 p.m. Volatility expected. That would make sense. Now, what happens if we get walked pretty much the entire fucking time? And get fucked on by theta, and then get to that point and just hang out, or gap up, or I think you're probably going to go and have a lot of people trying to go and tell you that there's no way that we could have another good earnings. We could, like, I don't know that that's the case. It all depends on the company. Right now, Google and Microsoft are looking pretty decent to start the week. So I'm trying to be careful of what I hold overnight right now. See, look at Amazon and look at the SPY. It looks like Amazon is trying to will its way over that 160, and it looks like the SPY is just cool with kicking it right here at the 488. You could actually even see like a bad earnings, or let's say a shittily spun earnings happen for either one of those, but actually be a decent earnings and end up like 10% to the downside, and then get a huge green pump in the market or something like that. Off of the fact that those are finding bottoms. Also, SoFi is under $9, walking itself back, so it's almost at the 850 puts that we were buying earlier. So we took our 10%, but that would have probably been 60 or 70 by now. I would absolutely love to see Tesla to come and see what's popping down at VWAP into the 96. Effectively right back into the box that we were trying to go and break out of earlier. This is basically my whole thesis earlier, guys. Like, I thought that we were going to go and that's why I was being patient, was I thought we were going to go and get a run up that was going to go and effectively trap a bunch of people into the top side, thinking that we were going to go and hold here. And we could just get walked right back to like the 180, the 185 area, and then either gap up or gap down, depending on where we decide to go. But I could see it being a very, very interesting close. So keep an eye out for close and stuff like that. I do, however, have to make a couple legal phone calls and call Enzo's teacher and stuff like that real quick. I'm going to be watching the market. I'll be here. If anybody needs anything, please don't hesitate. But I am going to go make those phone calls. If anybody needs anything, you know where to find me. I appreciate you guys, and I will be back tomorrow. It's good to be back trading. Definitely missed you guys, and extremely grateful you guys are still here. But without further ado, I will talk to you guys here in a bit.